And I'm live. That is pretty cool. Today is 24th of March 2026, Tuesday. And before beginning, a quote from Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. Let's see. A random quote. Um, a short one. Okay. Let's say this one. Okay. This says, labor not as one who is wrecked, nor yet as one who would be pitied or admired, but directly thy will to one thing only, to put thyself in motion and to check thyself as the social reason requires. Shit. Do not work as if you are miserable and do not work as if you are making excuses or you are being admired, but directly thy will to one thing only, to put thyself in motion and to check thyself as the social reason requires. If humanitarian reason, work for a humanitarian reason, that I guess makes sense. Of course, it makes because it is Marcus Aurelius. Okay, what do I want to do? I want to make TUI for my test backend. What does that mean? Like, like I have already built my test backend here. Backend this backend runs. We can make new users onto this and like do everything that a backend is supposed to do. And there is also a very basic, not very good looking but functional front end which works with it. But I want something here, like I want to connect to this backend through the terminal, which would be very cool. Yep. So like you can do SSH terminal.shop, and this would be the end goal after a TUI is done. What first of all, what is a TUI? A TUI, you could say, is well, the full form of TUI is terminal user interface, and some apps allow you, for example, BTOP. BTOP is a TUI app. You can interact with BTOP through your terminal. It is not specifically CLI because you do not enter commands, and it is not specifically graphic because it is inside the terminal, but it is like this. This is TUI. With your keys, you can interact with stuff like here, CPU direct, and like cool. So we want something like this TUI for the chess game. And the end goal would be to deploy this online so that anyone can SSH into a server, and that server will run the script, this TUI script, and this will be written in Go. And an example is when I do SSH terminal.shop, shit, I get into the TUI of terminal.shop. This is a website by Primogen to download or to order coffee online through the terminal, which is like very cool. And this would be the end goal of what I want to do. Just like connection to terminal.shop closed. Have something like this so that a user can just open their terminal, SSH to some address, and it just works. That is what I want. So it would be very cool to do this. That would be the goal, and I will be using Go for this. That will also be cool. And how to build TUI in Go? There is a library. Uh, yes, coffee or something. Bubble tea. Yep, bubble tea. This will be the library that we will be using in Go. And also, my Go is not very good, so we will have to keep that into mind. And yep, using this, we will be able to build some TUI. That would be cool. Tutorial. Bubble tea is in use in production and includes a number of features. We can, yeah, we will just use this. But how would we show the thing, the chessboard. We will not use mouse will not be used for this whole thing. Everything will be keyboard based. Yep, let's see. Bubble Tea is based on the functional design paradigm of Elm architecture, which happens to work nicely with Go. It is a whatever Elm architecture is. What is it, by the way? It's a pattern of architecting. Okay, interactive programs, web apps, and basic pattern and element to this to message to element. Okay, that is like beside the point. Enough, let's get to it. For this tutorial, we are making a shopping list. Okay, to start, we define our package and import. And I guess first of all, since I have forgotten how to do anything in Go, I will make their TUI here. This will be the place where we will build our TUI. Echo project. Inside this directory, TUI directory, we will build our Go thing, Go project, make their cd into that, cd mod init this thing dot github. What does that mean? For published projects, for local projects, cd mod init. Yes, I will have to read upon how modules work in Go. Go is like heavily uses modules, and when I was learning Go for the first time, I didn't completely understood this thing, but yeah, this time it will be cool. Go mod init TUI go dot mod this thing. Shit, there is no tree sitter here. Yep, there is no tree sitter here. uh Shit, there is no tree sitter here. Think we can do help tree sitter. Shit, no, we cannot do this. Nvim tree sitter, there we go. And here we have to download a tree sitter for this file extension go.mod, so that we can see colors in this. Right now we do not see any colors, just white text. A list of all the languages here. Go mod, cool. Just go mod, go some, go mod. I will download go mod. Cool. Go mod resetter. We just have to add here go mod, and here start resetter. When we go into a file which has append mod, or it is exactly go.mod. Cool. And I guess go.sum. Some cool. Resetter is being downloaded. It is downloaded. Go sum and go mod. And shit, hopefully the audio is not bad. That is like bad. That is like that use in production and includes a number of. That looks good enough. Cool. Okay. So we do have the tree setter for this, and we should see colors. We do see colors here. And why is this thing like a link? Why does it look like a link? Anyways, okay. Go.mod. Cool. We have this thing initialized. Now run.go and make a file main.go. Let's okay. main.go. Cool. Go run this. Manage. No. Main.go. Package TUI. Okay. Punk. And Codium is not working. It seems it is working. Okay, cool. fmt dot println hello. And here go run this. Package TUI is not a main package. I've made this a library. Okay, shit. Go run this. And shit. Hello there. Cool. Okay, shit. I mean, okay, good enough. Now, how do we download this package? You have to add this into our dependency T from this place. Okay. Okay. Compiler could not import charm.land. This no required module provides package this. Okay, so we have to add this in go.mod. How do we do that? Package from the internet into my go project. How do we do that? Go get. Okay, shit. Go mod init. Yep, go get github.com slash some package and then just import that package directly. Okay. Oh, some package being github.com bubble tea. This should work. It is downloading stuff where I think globally it is downloading the package. Go.mod. Yes, it is requiring all of these things with these specific versions, and go.sum is the file that we have here. It's like package.json, I think. And then main.go is also here. Charm.land. Wait, I guess this is what we have to install. Go get this thing. Cool. Shit, okay. Instead of GitHub, we have to get this main.go, and okay, we are like cool. And FMT. Missing import path for what? Ah, shit, okay, makes sense. T dot fail. Okay, we do have this T thing. Now we will be using this to make stuff happen. Okay, import T, and then bubble T programs are comprised of a model that describes that application state and these three simple methods on that model. Init, a function that returns an initial command for the application to run. update a function that handles incoming events and updates the model accordingly. So this is like React view, a function that renders the UI based on the data in the model. So this is like React, where the state is like the model in it. In it is like in it initialize a component, update is what is our handler functions on some event, and view is how the component is rendered. Okay, model. So let's start by defining our model, which will store our application's state. It can be any type, but struct usually makes the most sense. Okay, type struct. Choices: a list of strings, cursor, and integer. Selected is a map where key is an integer and the value is a struct. Which to-do items are selected. Okay, these are the choices. The cursor is here, and this is okay, cool. Initialization. Next, we will decide our application's initial state. In it can return a CMD, whatever that is. That could perform some initial IO. For now, we don't need to do any IO. So for the command, we will just return nil. And also let me put this here, except for the readme part. Initialization. We define the model and then we initialize our model. How? By having a function which return the model, initialize the model like this. Okay, initialization is just creation of the model. Makes sense. After that, we will define our application's initial state in the init method. Init, we have to define another method on model. Okay, which returns t.cmd thing. Init can return a cmd that could perform some input output. For now, we don't need that. We'll just return nil, which translates to no command. Update method. Next is to update the method. Okay, on our model we define another method which takes in a message. A message is t message, and this thing returns a model and cmd, and this is built on top of our model, which we defined as a structure. Switch message. Yeah, get the type of the message, and if the type of the message is key press message, is it a key press? Cool. What is the actual key pressed? Switch message dot string. Get string. Convert the message into a string. These keys should exit the program. Okay, this is like actually cool. Return m and quit for this. Return the model as is, or update the model. Okay, shit, that is actually cool. This is cool. This is cool. This is actually pretty cool. Okay, what would we want in our thing? Okay. What we want is a TUI. We will have. I do not want to just copy paste their model. I want to write my own model, which would be cool. So this thing will have options. Let's say books. Yep, cool. This will say books at the top, and below the books, this will have some options. Books will be in the middle of the screen at the top, and below it, it will say war and peace. Second option, let's say, would be the idiot, and then the third option, some good book would be, yes, like of course Dune and the stand, let's say, and also record of all things. These are cool books, and using our Vim motions with J, our selected option will go down, and with K it will go up. Yep, that will be our model. So let's define our model. Struct model. I guess this is how we define our model. Expected declaration found is struct. How do we define a model? Type type model struct. Okay, options is of type list of strings. Is this how we say list of strings? Seems like it. Nope. Shit. Cool. Okay, we have our options and currently where the cursor is. Shit. And then like in their model they have selected map. I don't know which items are selected. Nothing is selected. Do we want stuff to be selected? Okay, for now just this. Our option will go up and down. That is it for now. Okay, then we have to define our initial method, a method which returns our initial model. Cool. Init mod, this function does not take in anything, returns the model. Missing return. Yes, wait. Return model options have the value list of spring one piece and current have value 0. One and piece and the idiot and not brothers. Okay, shit. Codium knows that there is a thing called brothers Karamazov. That is like cool, makes sense. The idiot and here Dune, then the and then would be the god of small things, which is an actually pretty cool book. God of small things. Okay, we have our initial thing. Now we have to define a init method. Yep, with a capital I. Model init, and this thing returns, does not take in anything but returns t.cmd type, return nil for now. Okay, this initializes, this thing initializes the model state of the app called model, right? And then the update updates the model func m, a method on this thing model. Update takes in a message from t, message with the walrus operator msg dot type, not types but type. case key message, but does not have key message. Uh, Case key press message. Message declared but is not used. Why is it not used? This should be the one being used, but it is not used. Internally, here we will also have switch. Right. For case up arrow and down arrow. No, just for J and K. J and K, those are the only things we care about. J, J, if someone presses J, wait, what is the indentation thing? Okay, if someone presses J, then if m dot current smaller than length m dot option, then m dot current minus minus, that does work. Right, otherwise don't do this. And then also if someone presses A and if m dot current is greater than 0, then m dot J means plus plus. Right. And cool. And if someone presses Q, case small q, return m and t dot quit. Cannot use variable of type model where we are returning t dot model. We are not returning t dot model. We are returning model. Good. In case of q, and here return m, and the second thing to return would be nil. Okay, nil. Okay, t dot model is the thing that we are returning. And nil. M cannot use variable of type strict as model does not implement t model. Missing method view. We also have to define view. Makes sense. View method should be defined for this model header. What should we buy at market? New line. S. Iterate over our choices. Index and choice. Range. Get these two things out of, okay, convert this thing into a range, or I think it is also called a channel. Is the cursor pointing at this choice? Cursor, no cursor. Why are we initializing cursor? If m dot cursor, okay, shit, if cursor is pointing at this thing, then make cursor equal to this. Okay, and then is choice selected? Okay, we don't have to care about this. Then render the row. Is Okay, just print the thing. The footer is this. Okay, shit, plus this thing onto the footer. And we are adding all of this, whatever we are printing, we are adding this as a string to this S thing. Shit, okay. So we just have to define view func m model view takes in nothing, it seems like, and then returns a string. Cool. Missing return empty string. Cannot use. This thing does not implement view. View is implemented here. Returns t.view, not a string. T.view is defined, but string is not of that type. Return t new view s. New view. Okay, s equals cool books. New line. Cool. Given s here, and then for I and book in this range of m dot options. Cool. And if cursor equals space, and then if m dot current equals I, then change the cursor to something else using pluses. Is in a loop is inefficient. What should be done? String builder. This thing returns a string. Okay, return a string and format this thing. Cursor and book. Right. Yes, cursor and book. Cool. And then all together now p equals new program t init model t dot new program p, and if we don't care about the return value, if no error, if error is not equal to nil, then fmt there has been an error, and then exit. Otherwise, just keep running the thing. P dot run returns the error. Okay. T dot new program with init model. We have to give in the model. Okay, makes sense. Cool. If this and error equals program dot run, and if error is not equal to nil, then cool fmt dot println cannot run, and os dot exit with a colon. Okay, this should run. Go run this thing. Shit. Okay, this is running. This is actually running. Though there is a bug somewhere. Shit, why do I keep going below when K is pressed? When J is pressed, if m dot current is smaller than length of options, only then increase the current value by 1, which is cool. Otherwise, do not do anything with it. go run this. Okay, it just goes out somehow. And when we press J, if m dot current is smaller than m options, it should be working, but it is not. M dot current is smaller than length of m dot options. Okay, why is this much of this GPU being used? Who is using this? It is active, okay, GPU is active, but who is utilizing the GPU? I guess the stream is going okay. It is going okay. No frames have been dropped, which is cool. Uh, this renders the model. Not render, but like tells it how to render the model. Using a string plus is inefficient. That is fine. No problem with that. What is next? Debugging. Okay, debugging is next. Okay, where can we find documentation apart from getting started? Tutorial. Docs. Like color. I would like to have color. Okay, go. Yeah. Hey, this is like long. Type background color message. Init model. Request background color. And then update case background color. How do we give something a background color? Update. M dot styles. We give this thing styles, new styles. MSG is dark. Foreground. How do we give colors to things? Bubble tea. How do give it to text and bubble tea and go? How do you do this? Use style text using lip gloss library, the official styling companion. Shit, we have to have another library. Get this thing. Charmly slit. Style takes in. Okay, give a foreground style. With this style, render hello world colored, and then get another style. Use it in your bubble tea view. In the view, return. Okay, dot have different things, variables. Okay, defined inside a scope. Okay, cool. This thing. Okay, dot render method. We use dot render method. Okay. Main dot go, and here lip gloss. Charm bracelet lip gloss. Okay, and then and how are we defining variable? Red as the value. Lip gloss dot new style. Shit, new style is not a thing. New style should be a thing. Somehow something is wrong. Lip gloss dot new style is a thing. New style dot foreground lip gloss dot color, and we have to give this thing a color code. Color code, what would be color code of red? Color code of red. Wait, shit. Uh, F0000 RGB. Cool. Red. Green. Blue. Cool. Okay. We have our three colors and the options which are selected. Cool, cool. Here inside view, the heading could be red plus equals red dot render this. Cool. And expected statement found else. Shit. If else in go, how else is if else in go? Yes, shit. This else has to go on the same line. Here and as printf, take this as string and make this green dot render missing comma which part, and make this blue dot render. Okay, this should work, I hope. Go run this and shit. Call to p dot italic. Not enough arguments in call to who is calling p dot italic. Foreground lip gloss. Messed up. The shit, where was the chat? Here. Go get. Yep. Lip gloss. Foreground lip gloss dot color with RGB value. This is what we have done. Color dot render lip gloss dot color. Yep. Lip gloss. This is what we have done. What is the problem? Go run this and okay. Charm bracelet, cell buff, user walrus, this. Yep, these things are defined, downloaded globally. Not enough arguments in have or want. What we do have should be enough, but it is not enough somehow. Dot render. It maybe we do not give new line to render. I guess that might be the problem. We are giving new line to render. Shit. This might actually be the problem. Here we are giving new line plus new line. Okay, that was good. Line and same here. Go run this. Nope, that was not the error. This is the call stack. No field or method. Too many errors. Not enough arguments. Not enough arguments. But who is calling these functions? Double underline, curly underline. Okay, go does not tell which, like, what is happening. Cell.go. All these are internal go files, package files, which are giving error. Lip gloss, Golang. Okay. And we get shade. That is very beautiful. Style, new style, dot this whole thing. And then lip gloss dot print line, this dot render. Okay. What does render return? Main.go. Render returns a string, which is very cool. Render applies the defined style formatting to a given string. Cool. Let's say we do not do this, but we do fmt dot print line. What line we will print? Red dot render hello or Mr. Robot. There is some error. OS. Cool. Terminal. Go run this and error. Too many errors. Lip gloss println. I guess instead of this print function we use lip gloss. Lip gloss does not have a println function. Lip gloss dot println. Shit, this is the place from where we have to download. Okay. The problem is with the downloadation. Go get this. Okay, now we are getting the things. Cool. Okay, still we do not have this println function, which is defined here. We do not have this lip gloss println. Lip gloss println, we do not have this. Because we are importing this from the wrong place. We should be importing this from charm dot land lip gloss v2. Is the place? Yep. Charm dot land v dot lip gloss 2 and as lip gloss. Now println is here. Cool. Red dot render Mr. Robot. Go run this thing and do we see? Yep, we do see red color. Okay, that's cool. That is cool. That is cool. That is cool. That is cool. Remove this. Do have a space. Remove this and here have plus red dot render. That is artistic. Yep, or should we use s dot s equals append go run this current file and Mr. Robot. We do not want Mr. Robot. Program equals t new program init model if error equals program dot run, and if error is not equal to nil, error is there is some error, fmt dot or not fmt dot but panic, no, do not panic. Was exit with error code 1 and lip gloss dot print line and red dot render. Go run this. Cool. Shit, that is some TUI. Okay, that is working. That is some TUI working TUI. But why does this like go out? Makes sense. This, why does this go out? You this thing less than this -1 only, then go run okay. This is actually cool. This is actually cool. We have our own TUI, working TUI. Cool. Now we want to take control of the whole terminal window. Yep. How to use bubble T to take control of the whole terminal window, like this. Yeah, print our thing in the whole screen. To take over, use alternate screen mode. This is built right into bubble T with alt T. Enable full screen with alt T. Given the model with alt T. Shit, okay, we just have to give this one extra argument, T dot with alt screen. Main dot go T with alt With alt screen does not seem like to be a thing here. Hmm. Hmm. Let's see. T dot with window size without render. Clear screen. We have to use some with method. These are the without signal handler, with color profile, with context, with environment. This thing says with environment sets the environment variables to the program value. With FPS, with output, with window size, with window size sets the initial size of the terminal window. This is useful when you need to set the initial size of the terminal window for it's it seems like with alt screen is not there. Screen is not available as a method to some research and find the latest thing. Okay, and we also should do some research of our own. With alt screen is actually not a method. View. This was if no I am on v2 dot cmd enter alt screen in the initial thing. Okay, in the init p dot enter shit. Enter alt screen is also not a thing. Yep. Let's see. Alt screen mode, yes. T dot view. Okay, in the view method. At last, it is time to render our UI. Of all the methods, the UI is the simplest. The view is the simplest. Optional terminal features like alt screen mode, mouse tracking, cursor positions, and more. Key left. Mode alt. Maybe this is the thing. But I have undefined. Nope, this is not it. Alt screen is active. No output will be printed. New view v dot alt screen equal to true. Okay, in our view here, set new view t view v of type t of type t dot view v dot alt screen equals true. Okay, no error. See, go this, and cool, shit, we are able to take control of the whole thing. This is very cool. Now, how do we do some styling? Like, how do I make this thing appear in the center of the screen here? That would be cool to see. And also, this blue is just like a bit too much blue. It is getting in my face. We have to reduce this. Yes. Maybe this might be good. Much better, I guess. 5. Go run this. Cool shit, that actually does look much better. Cool. Now, yep, how do I put a screen in the middle of the screen? How do I put text or anything in the middle of the screen? And also background. How do we get background, and how do we put stuff in the middle of the screen? How do I center text in alt mode? I guess we have to get how wide the terminal is, which does not work in terms of pixels, but in terms of how many characters there are. Fully center horizontally and vertically. Most common lip loss dot place with your terminal width and height from this. Okay. Inside our view, return lip loss dot place m dot width and m dot height. Okay, our model does not have the width and height. How do we give our model the width and height? Horizontally or vertically? Yep, horizontally. Width. Shade. Okay, we can use lip loss to do this. It's much better, much better. Cool. M dot width does not exist on our model. Cool books. This thing place horizontal. This thing where the first argument would be m dot. Yep, m dot width does not exist. Not enough arguments. What does that mean? Lip gloss dot center. Okay, what to do with this? Do center with this. And okay, we have to update our model width int, and height is also int. And in our initial thing, how do we get the width and height of the model? In int return message dot width and message dot height. Window size message update. In update case this and case t dot it has to come here. Case window size message m dot width equals message dot width and cool, also height. Update the two things. Go run this thing. Cool. Okay. And okay. May not go. we do not see the first thing. We do not see this, like, yep, after this, the first thing. We should not do this here. We should do yeah, plus new line, cool. Go run this, cool. Shit, okay. We're actually is going somewhere. Let's main dot go case q or escape. Go run this and escape works. Cool. Main dot go update. Hello, Kakashi. How is it going? Look at this. Shit, Tokyo New is giving error. A very basic front end with like browser is ready for the chess app. Now I want to learn Go and I want to build a TUI in Go. So this is what I'm doing. Shit. Go run this. This is a library. This Bubble Tea. Bubble Tea is a library in Go which we can use to build a TUI, and I'm using this to just do some experimental stuff right now here, and this looks pretty cool. We can center some stuff, and this is like React. And yep, we have access of the whole screen like in NewVim, so it is coming around cool. With this, we can go up and down. This is using J and K, the NewVim things. And if I press escape or Q, this closes. So yep, it's very cool. And what else do we want to do? We would like to give some background to this thing, and I would like to do some experiments. An experiment would look like if I center this thing here, like horizontally and also vertically, and then I write this thing. I think this text would come after this string here, and if I want to put this text in the middle of the screen and this text where it is right now, then I guess you would have to do something else. Let's see. First of all, yep, let's try to place this m dot height is not a thing because this is not a dot. Not enough arguments. Okay, shit, this is cool. Have what we have and what we want. Another position dipgloss dot center. Go run this and shit. Yep, the rest of the things are gone. We do not see them. They are legit gone. That's crazy. So that can be our like starting screen. We can have a starting screen. We can have a starting screen which we can put into our model. Okay, shit, this is complex. This is a bit complex here. We have our single structure uh, started type bool initially false and initially false. If we get a message case message if not started, if not m dot started, then do all of this. Else if we have wait shit if started, then do all of this. If not started, then switch message, get the message, or we do not have to get the message like twice equals message dot type, get the type of the message. We can just here say message like this, case key message switch message dot string case if we press enter, someone presses is not an expression. Okay, t dot, which does make sense. Shit. No shit. MS key press message. What is there with this? This thing is not in. Okay, I messed up with something. Type or dot type outside type switch. Okay, I guess we cannot use this outside this. Okay, okay. Message equals msg dot, or what did we do here? Msg dot type. Declare but not use, but have key press message with a capital K, cool, and then switch to enter. If someone presses enter, then m dot started equals shit, case enter and switch msg dot string. And here if m dot started, then print this. If m dot started, else initialize s as a string, this. Cool. Cool. Go run this current file, and cool books is not in the center. Cool books is not in the center. It should be in the center. Cool books is not in the center. It should be in the center. Yep, because these two things are not set up ever. Cool, makes sense. This should be like a general thing, or we don't actually have to look at this. Yep, makes sense. Yep, a key press, shit. Here, case, enter, if m dot start, if m dot, if not m dot started, if we have not yet started, then m dot equals. Okay, wait, what? There is a problem with that. Here, if this condition is true and m dot started, and here also if this condition is true and m dot started and your exit, like any time if these two run, then we are cool, right? Okay, what is the problem with this? Expected comma. Yes, you would expect comma. Makes sense. No, shit, you would not expect comma. Missing comma in R. This is not the argument list. This is the argument list. That is the return time. T dot view is the return type. There is something wrong with this. If shit, okay, cool. And one more case here, case enter, and if enter is pressed, then m dot is started. Okay, let's do m dot started. Cool. go run this, and if I press escape, this exits. Go run this, enter, and we go into this main menu kind of thing. Cool. Okay, now how do we make the whole thing? We do have something, yeah, cool. We have something running, which is very cool. We have something running. Now we need a bigger architecture. I guess, yep, we do have the basic building blocks ready. I guess here we can even say styles. How do I define stuff under a namespace? Expected declaration found styles. What is the type of this thing? The type, just like figure it out. This is a Go specific question. How to define variables in a namespace in Go. Have a namespace, but it can achieve where this. Okay, we can define a package which will have our stuff. Define the variables inside that package and import them. Or struct, use struct empty colors. This is a struct type of type struct. Okay, let's use a package. That would be cool. Before that, let's make a comment here. Untracked files. Yep, this is like a legit untracked. Git commit TUI initialized. Yep, cool. Now inside the TUI, we will make another colors dot go package colors where and found packages colors dot go main dot go and main dot. In config shit. Okay, that TUI colors move colors dot go to colors, go here and go mod init colors to add module requirements and sums go mod id. No, colors dot go. Cool, this is cool. And I guess in here we are requiring all of this. We will also say require dot slash colors slash colors v0. What is the version here? Shit. There is a difference between the version of the package and the version of the Go which we are using. How to define a new module in Go and then in Go locally and then import it into main execute table. How do we do this? A local module in Go. Mylib go.mod mylib.go makes sense. Inside my library, define something, create the main module, go mod in it, package, just do my library, and we do not have to do anything inside the go. Inside the mod, require mylib. Yep, this thing we have to do require replace this mylib with this path. The replace director tells Go, don't look online for this module, use this local path instead. Then run go mod tidy. Okay, cool. Go.mod require colors v.0.0. Right, yep, and then replace. It would be cool if we had LSP support for this, which we do have LSP support for this. Shit. Replace colors with dot slash colors. This should be cool, and it is cool. And if we go here and we import missing import path, that is the import path. Imported and not used, we'll be using it now. Diploth needs to be imported. Okay, import shit which cd we are inside class go get charm lip gloss in the colors module. Colors.go shit could not import lip. Yep, because we do not import it like this. We have to import it like this. Cool. And it is working. Colors is there. Or we use colors. We use colors inside our view here. Colors sort of right. Shit, no. undefined green. Okay. Dot styles. Styles. Let's call this thing styles. This thing also styles. We dot go mod styles styles styles, and here also name this thing styles styles and cool. Styles imported but not used. Yep. Why does this thing not exist? That is crazy. Hello. Because why? Building a TUI. Mm, these are the styles. Shit. Okay, this makes so much sense. Shit. The problem is, okay, we are not able to access this red, green, and blue variables outside this package, and the reason is because in Go, if you have a variable which starts with a lower case, then it is a private variable, and otherwise it is a local variable. uh, Otherwise it is public if it starts with a capital case. So make these capital, and now we will be able to access the styles dot capital red. Cool shit. Yes. Styles dot green with a capital G, styles dot blue, styles dot red, and here also same thing. Cool. Go run this shit. Not a main package. Go run this. Okay. Cool books. And if you press enter, we go into the TUI, and cool. Now we can start focusing on the maybe like the architecture behind this thing. We mainly just have three functions which we have to define. How do we initialize our model? What our models should be? This single model is going to store the whole state of the whole app. So that is crazy. That is crazy. There is no breaking it down into components. There is a single model which has all the things. Okay, so this is more complex than React, because at least in React we can break down the components, break down the UI into components, but here we cannot. So there is a how do okay, let's do some like architecture defining. There are going to be 3 pages, I guess. Start screen. There also needs to be a login screen. Login and slash sign up. These two. startup, matchup. Startup would be like just greeting screen, loading screen, and then the actual game play screen and end game screen. Not too complex, this just this. Okay, shit. Okay, so we need, inside our model, we need a variable which we can use to differentiate between these things, which means, hello, bad idea. TUI in like using Go is a bad idea, or building a TUI is a bad idea. And also, hello, long time no see. And to make a distinction between these different pages is what we call these. We would be using an enums in Go. Iota. Okay, iota is something in Go. Iota starts at 0 increments. String representation, yep, that is what I want. String representation. Do we want string representation? I guess this will work. Yep, this will work. Yep, this is like exactly what we need. Type is status. Type of pending is status, which is initially equal to 0, and then active is 1, completed is 2, failed is 3. Status is an int. Why can we not write here status directly? For more clarity, I guess, just to know what is happening. Hello. First screen should be 50% greeting, login, sign up. Okay, by greetings, I mean here like mm, uh, when you have logged in, but you have to click on a button which says start a game or something like that. That is what I mean by greeting. The game pieces would just be icon, because this is terminal. I can use a icon, but shit, if I were to use icon, the screen would shit. If I were to use icons or characters, then their size would be very small. Their size would be this much, the size of this cursor. I want them to be bigger according to whatever the size is of this thing, so that they would take up more than a single cursor space. Okay, we will figure it out. We will figure it out. Don't worry. We will figure it out. Okay, enums. Here, model. Status is a type of int. It looks good. Const login type status initially equals iota. Okay, that is cool. Login and sign up, they are the same thing. Greeting. Okay, no error, that is cool. Loading, play screen, and endgame screen. I guess convention is to use a snake case here. And model will also have status of type status, which initially would be what we need. We need to store a JWT token somewhere where shared shared. Like, what I want this to be is you do not have to log in. You can just do your thing. You do not have to log in. When the end product is ready, what I want is you can just do SSH to some chess TUI or something like this, and you can just play the game. But if you are going to use SSH, you will not get access to the client's computer. The front end will be running on some external server. So you cannot do SSH in this case. So I guess instead I can remove the login part here, and yep, we can remove the login part here, and we can just make it a very quick chess game. Select game type, loading. Yep, you do not even have to make an ID. For this, there will have to be a update in the backend. I will have to create a API where a user who is not logged in can play a game. And these games, I guess I don't even have to store on the backend. I can store on the backend, no problem. Fine, they would just be random games played by anonymous users. Okay, so there is not going to be any login. User can just come and play. Select game type status int status iota. This is some Go thing I don't understand. Okay, a user can just come and without creating an ID, they can just play a game. This is very quick and very cool. Okay. Yep. And when we initialize the model, then the status would be select game type. Yep. Not too complex. Select game type. And can we like remove this status part and just say here int? Okay, we can say int, but its status is better because it gives more information, I guess, that this is supposed to be a status and not just an integer, a random integer. Okay, let's start building. Not no. Before building anything else, we have to decide how are we going to make the process of making changes in this project easy. Initialize the model. No problem with this. Oh shit, there is a problem with this. Shit, our model has to be way more complex than it is right now. Shit. Okay, and there will only be 3 options for a chess game. One would be rapid, then blitz, and then bullet. I guess it is better to make a separate file for this. Shit, I didn't have to make separate module here. It was a bit stupid. Delete this. colors.go, paste this, package main, lip gloss is not, does not exist, import lip gloss from shade like this, delete this, copy, my bad, my bad, cool. Okay, here are all the colors. Put this and also this thing and this. Shit. Yep, I wanted this to be shit. To be these styles to be under a namespace. I guess they can have a prefix or a suffix to indicate that. Substitute styles dot with shit capital S. No, it's small s. Styles underscore globally. Cool. And in colors styles underscore styles underscore style. Cool. Now we need to make one more files enums dot go package main shit. Okay. Here status is defined. Status of the state of the game as a whole. And hello, let's go. Yes, and go. What a perfect combo. Yep. And yeah, and yep, this time I want to get really good at Go, and this would be cool. And also, I've never built a TUI. TUI sounds cool. Having that skill is pretty cool. Okay, what we need is game. Yeah, game types is another enum type. Types going to be integer const. I guess I could add a prefix to all of these things. Select game type. Shit, yes, makes sense, I guess. Status underscore. Status loading, status play, status end game. Makes sense. And game type rapid of type game types iota cool game type blitz cool and game type bullet cool. And there must be some errors here with yep. Status select game type cool. Okay, game types initially I don't think we need a enum here. Shit, we do not. Okay, shit, we do not need a enum here. We do not need an enum here. We can say, shit, we do not need an enum here. Shit, that is like stupid. Because this is not going to be a very big project, we do not need an enum. Here we can say game types is going to be a string of list, a list of string, and selected game type selected is going to be a string. Cool. And here we'll say game types are list of string, rapid, bullet, and let's see, it's the order. Yep, cool. And game type selected. Can this thing also be nil at the start? How can we give like multiple types to a thing? Uh, to a variable in Go? Can we give multiple types to a variable in Go? Cannot have multiple types. Yep, because it is like statically typed or something. Use generics. Nope. Custom interface is another thing. How do we indicate that there is nothing selected right now? Just empty string, I guess, makes sense. Or nil. No, nil. Cannot use nil as string value. Empty string. Cool. Or initially we can just arbitrarily select rapid. And when we press J, K, L, game selected. Yep, shit. Game selected is an integer actually. Yep, game type selected is an integer. Select game type page. These things are required when we are selecting the type of game that we want to play. Cool. Right. Point to like slices. Point to like slices of game type. Slices is, I think, array which is on the heap. Wait, what? Make it a pointer and let it be nil. Make it a pointer and let it be nil. So you are saying I can define a array here or a slice and have a pointer to it from this. Yep, that is also something I can do. Instead of this, instead of having a string and then storing its index, I can have a pointer. I guess this is like fine, having a string and a list of strings, which is, and I guess this is not a slice because should no, this is a slice. This is not. Uh, can we not define a array here? Shade. The type of this thing. Okay, cool. Shade. Now the type of game types is an array of three strings. This is cool. This is a cool line. Yeah. Or I could have a slice, external slice in the global scope, and have a pointer to some of its element. Yep, this is a slice, and if there were like three dots in the middle of between these brackets, that would be a array. Fixed size. Yep, slices are dynamic. Slices are in the memory, in the heap, and dynamics. And arrays are on the stack. I guess arrays are not on the stack, but on the static memory. Are go arrays. No, they would be on the stack. They would be on the stack. Stack or on the static part. Where are they? I guess they are on the stack. Generally located on the stack, but the compiler may move them to the heap. Shit, why would? Okay, depending on the size and lifetime, they are not stored in the static part of the memory like global. Okay, cool. An array will escape to the heap if size is too big for the stack. 10 MB long array, crazy. And lifetime, the function returns a pointer to the array or shares its address in a way. Yeah, cool. So generally an array is on the stack and it can go on to the memory. Should be go, and also because Go has a garbage collector, so we do not get access to some internal stuff, I guess. I don't know. Okay, we will have this array and we will have a index to this thing. We will have, yeah, just the index of this thing to define where we are currently at, where we currently are at. And this will be the page with which we open our program. Cool. Game type selection page. Game type selection page. Cool. Yep, nothing here. We do not want to do anything when we initialize the model. Nope. Update, we will like, okay, let's update the update function. Update case window resize message. M dot width is width and height. Message dot string t. This all comes in. Yep. Get window size here, and here would yep. If there is a key press, game type selection. Yep. Let's add handler when the type, when we are on the game type selection page. Not status equals select game type. If that is the thing, then which message dot string. Okay, yep, something like this, similar to this. escape, and we don't need enter. The game is started. Cool. M dot current shipped. Nope, not current, but M dot game type selected. If this thing is lower, then M dot game types dot size -1, and the game has started. No, we do know the state, so we do not have to confirm the state here. We do know the state. Yep, if k and not current but time selected is greater than 0, and this cool decrease current and escape, which should be a general thing. Escape should be there generally for all the pages. Yes, I guess. Fine. Game type selection page, we have written the update part and the view part. Game type selection page, what do we do here? Okay, static memory, I believe, are constant, etc. Yep, static memory. uh, I think you can change, you can change the static variables. The special part about them is that they never go out of scope. They exist throughout the lifetime of the program because memory structure, they exist throughout the lifetime of a program because yeah, this is how your memory is divided. At the top you have your stack, and here you have your heap. Stack grows downwards, heap grows upwards, and this text segment is where your actual lines of code is stored. And this um, I don't know why they are calling this whole thing as a static memory, but this in this static memory, that is not the stack and heap. Apart from stack and heap, there is a part of your memory where yeah, this part of your memory which just stays throughout the lifespan of your program. Stack can grow and like go back, shrink, and variables come in scope and go out of scope. But the things which are here in the static part of the memory, they stay throughout the lifetime of the program. That is very cool. I think you cannot have a pointer to it. Maybe you can have a pointer to it. You can have a pointer to it. Yep. At least I guess in C++ you can have a pointer. The consist. What is consist? Shit, that is something in Kerala. Constants. Wait, I think you can have a pointer to constants also. Totally fine. I think you can have a pointer to everything. I do not know about Go, but in C, C++, you can have a pointer to legit everything. Like no problem, you can have a pointer to anything. Does not matter what it is. Hmm. Okay, here now we have defined the state and how the state updates. We have defined the updation process here in this update method, and now we have to define how that state looks. Okay, so how does it look? If m dot status status, game status, status. Yep, status. If m dot status equals status select game type. If we are on the select game type page, then what should we see? Okay, so that is some crazy thing. No. First of all, there is going to be select your game, something like that. Hmm. If this is our terminal window, then I want a heading here and then three options here, just not too complicated, just this three options here and a heading here. We can use lip gloss to center these things horizontally, but how do we center these things vertically? Vertically, I want the space, this much, this space and this space to be equal to each other, which means shit, we will have to do this manually. We will have to do this, or shit. Mm, yep, shit. Maybe we don't have to do this manually. We don't have to do this manually. What we want, generally, like, we can say that this whole thing is a single. If we are talking in terms of HTML, this whole thing is a single div. We can define this as a string where at the end you would have new lines and this, yeah, this new lines and cool, and then we can use this whole string and center it horizontally and vertically using lip gloss. Maybe, I don't know, we'll have to see if this works. Cool, cool. Okay. Yep, cool, cool. uh, do not do this, but do lip gloss dot play. Shit. Shit, why is there no place here? Mm, hello, by padding, lip gloss has padding. There was a function. Yes, padding is cool, but padding, I guess, would be a bit manual. There was a function lip gloss for shit, lip gloss Nike, lip gloss placement go. Shit, not this. Golang. Place, yep, this thing. Place. We give it the height and the width of our whole container, which is the terminal, and then say where we want this piece of text to go, and this will go there. But this, like, is not here somehow. Lip gloss dot place. Lip gloss dot place is here. m dot width, m dot height, where m lip gloss dot center, lip gloss dot center, and the text is S. Looks good enough. Okay, put text in center and control of the whole terminal. Cool. Now we just have to define how S looks like. S looks like styles red dot render, select game type. Yep, that is good enough. We don't even need like this. New line, and then for I and val in range m dot game types if I equals m dot game type selected, then something, otherwise something else. Okay, if this is the case, then we want s plus equals styles red render this thing plus styles, the selected one would be green dot render value plus new line. That's cool. That is cool. Otherwise make this empty. Cool. I guess we should also see this thing, because the game state initially also is 0. Wait, no, game state is select game type, and we are never changing it. So this is what we should see. Colors code does not matter. Go run this. Shit, fmt imported and not used. That is error. Crazy. Go run this and shit. Okay, nothing happens on pressing any of the keys, but we do have this in the center, which is something. Okay, what went wrong? This is not updating. Shit, because we are updating the wrong thing. Makes sense. Game type selected. Type selected. Let's see. Go run this, and okay, why is rapid like that? Yep, and this would be like line. Go run this, and Okay, why is rapid like here? uh, if we stop centering this thing, go run this and shit. Okay, the problem is not lip gloss, the problem is us. Update. We are not making this string right somehow. Alt view for S. Render, select game types, then two new lines, right? And then this. What is the problem with this? If I roll this and this, go run this. Okay, why is there this much space? Just curious, is this for learning purpose only, or do we have to use lip gloss UI slash UI in Go apart from React? Or okay, lip gloss just colors normal text which you would print on the screen. Like using lip gloss, the only thing that lip gloss does is makes your text colorful. Yep, that is like legit it. Here in lip gloss, it provides some methods through which you can define different styles. There is a red style which I have defined where the foreground should have this color, and using this style in my program here, some like these styles, I can call the dot render method on any string. Internally I have to give it a string, and this style then returns a string where the string that I provided as the input here is styled with whatever the specifications are for this thing, which in this case are that the foreground should be of this color, which is green. So yep, lip gloss is just for styling stuff. For giving color, this can also give background. This can also do some crazy other stuff. And you don't necessarily have to use lip gloss. You can use any other thing. Or you can like manually color stuff on the terminal, which would be very painful, I guess. But yep, you don't have to necessarily use lip gloss. But there is some problem with this. We are seeing like random new lines. Shit, I guess backslash. Okay, let's try this. I think dot render is adding a new line on its own. Maybe that is like a hypothesis. Go run this, and no, it is not. Shit, it's not adding a new line. We have to give new lines. Go run this and shit again. I just gave one new line after this thing, and there is a lot of space here. And the size of the space is equal to the size of this thing. Why this should start from here, from the start, and not here. If we stop all this render thing and just give like pure shit, maybe this is because we are giving these values directly. Fmt dot s print string, where the string is value. We do not have to give the value like this, we have to format the value. Shit, I guess that was it. We have to format the value. Shit, that was not it. uh, Go run this. Yep. This styles green. Nope, styles is not doing anything. Maybe s is a normal string. Yep, s is normal string. Nothing too crazy about it. This line can actually like, no, this cannot come at the start here. Go run this, and yep, the problem is still there, but you do not see this. Maybe the option is tabbed. The option, right? Maybe these are the options. They are not tabbed, they are just normal strings. If I make this slice, inefficient. What do they mean by inefficient? Let's see. Create a new view. S. For this, console.log print line s. Yeah. Shit. Crazy stuff. Actually. Shit. I guess this is a result of printing the thing, and we are somehow getting random space here, which we were not getting before. Which we were not getting before in the bubble tea. This is how they are doing it. View, have a normal like basic string, and then add new things on top of it. and it works normally as it should. S plus equals hello new hello new line, and S plus equals their new line plus equals. Go run this and it probably should stop the printing part. Empty imported and not used. Go run this. Okay, shit. Now there is no extra space or anything, which is cool. Plus equals select game type, right, with a new line, two new lines. Style red dot render. Cool. Go run this and cool. Well, let's go just like this, step by step. Then for I and value in range m dot game type, declared and not used. If I equals m dot game type selected, then do something else, do something else. S plus equals styles. In this case, if we are on the selected thing, then green, let's say just render 1, otherwise blue, and this is just equivalent to what we just removed, but let's see. Okay, the problem is still there. If we don't care about the value and we just do this, go main dot set, go run. Okay, yep. There is this gap, which was not there before, which was not it. Beautiful patterns, nevertheless patterns, yep, beautiful. Maybe something has to do with the render option. For I, sure, yes, we can do this. I equals 0, I smaller than m dot game type. selected. Shit. How do we get the length? Shit, okay, that's cool. That is easy enough. Plus equals 1. Cool. Okay, we do not see that like error here. Those extra spacing are not here now. And if we do styles dot or underscore green render, go run. Okay, now we are okay. We only see the extra padding space is always equal to the size of the last string on which we used the render method. Yep. And since we didn't use the style dot render method for this string, there is no padding for this, but we did use a render for this character for this string. Therefore there is like padding in front of this, and same for this last one. So the render method is being problematic. The render method is problematic, I guess. If we do fmt dot shit is print f formatted, and here dot styles dot styles green dot render and percent s go run this, and cool, this is if we give a new line here, what happens now? Go run new line, and cool. Okay, cool, now it is working. Cool. If not if for I and val in range m dot game type, if I equals m dot game types selected, in that case something, and otherwise something else. Here s plus equals fmt dot s printf. Do not do this. A string space another string. Cool. And the first string is going to be green. No, we want this to be red. Red, and this styles green render value. Is this okay? Looks okay. And in this case, make this a normal space and make this big. Go run this, and cool. Cool. And now we would like to center this thing, and also put this inside s print f percent s with shade with crazy new line styles. This should be red dot and remove these. Yep, and here before passing this thing, we can say lip gloss dot place m dot width m dot height, give it the height, and lip gloss center s. Cool. Shit, that is like actually cool. This thing actually works. Okay, now we have a way to select which type of game that you want to play. At least our one page is ready out of how many? Four pages. One is ready. Loading screen. Do we actually need a loading screen, or we could just, until we have more information, whatever the information is that we are trying to get, until we have that, we can just stick to the last one. Yeah, so yeah, we can implement loading screen later on. For now, let's just work with this. Cool. Now we have to see how to make a WebSocket from Go, which I have legit no idea about. How to make a WebSocket in Go, so that we can start it. And yep, after there has to be a loading screen. Yep, there has to be a loading screen because your game does not start immediately. You will be looking for a partner for some time, and when the partner is there, you it will like work out. You will start playing a game. For now, this is what we have. Increase the size, and this thing still works. This does not. Go run this, and bullet is not aligned properly. Yep, sometimes there is a problem, but normally it is fine. Cool. How do we create a WebSocket in Go? Let's see. Okay, we will be using a library. Go get Gorilla WebSocket, basic WebSocket server, import WebSocket dot upgrader, and we also have to see not see, we have to update the backend, so that let's start working on the backend. We have to add a new API endpoint in the backend so that a user can anonymously play a game. Yep, anonymous gameplay without anything, and those games will also not be stored on the database. They will just exist. Those games will just like exist in the void. Cool. Status get, and why do we have a file which says 3? Git add TUI, git commit feature start page and TUI region main and share. I guess now here we should see Go as a language here, but we do not see it yet. I guess this thing takes some time. Yep, this thing I guess takes 24 hours or something to update, and after that we'll legit start seeing Go here. That would be cool. Okay, and right now this is get user info. Shit, I have not defined an API endpoint to, yep, to start a socket server, which is like a bit sloppy. Okay, let's start working on the backend. Okay, the only changes were in TUI. Cool. On the backend, we need to create a different API. Can start here whenever a socket connection starts. Shit. So there have to be two versions of this thing. Game run, which uses auth query plugin, where the authentication stuff is sent in the query. Shit. And how do we handle anonymous users? The connection itself is shit. Yes. No. Right now, for non-anonymous users, if you create an account, the way that this thing handles is there is this data class. It has this game thing, and this game thing has these three data structures, and this one, game list, maps a string onto the game object. There is a single game object which has all the data about a game which is running right now, and this game object has the board, which is a 2D matrix, move number, which move we are on right now. This was needed because I didn't want it to call always like find the length of moves. So yep, I have move numbers separately. Start time, when the game is started. Moves times, which is a list of intervals of times spent between adjacent moves. And special move flags, this is a flag which indicates castling rights and on person rights. Zobrist hash and yeah, stuff like this. If the user is anonymous, we would, yeah, this, none of this is user specific, so cool, we can use the same game object. But here, the string, the key that we use to insert something into this game list is this game list dot get key. This thing takes the key, takes in the white user ID and black user ID. This means we have to give some random user IDs to people, I guess, or we can give them incremental IDs, but they might conflict with the normal user IDs. So I guess we should create another data structure or another map for all the anonymous games, which would be cool. Or we could define a separate class which would handle everything related to anonymous games. A separate class which would handle everything related to anonymous games. Would that be cool? That would be cool. But do we need the separation between? Do we need separate data structures to store game objects? here. Yes, and we do not have to define a separate class. We can add one more argument to this thing. Yep, we can just add one more argument here, which would tell us whether this like function is being performed for users that have IDs or users that are anonymous. And just add a new data structure. Mm, store uh, data related to anonymous users. Cool. And these are the three things that we need. Anonymous game list. Anonymous player color. Anonymous user opponent. Okay, cool. Cool. And key calculation does not need to know if the game is anonymous or not. Game object, and an anonymous user only plays a game with another anonymous user, and they do not play a game with themselves. It would be, yeah, a non-anonymous player does not play a game with an anonymous player. Cool. Get game object white ID, black ID, and is anonymous. Boolean. Do we use a boolean? Boolean is arbitrary. Yes, no, this is not arbitrary because we have is anonymous. If boolean is true, that would mean not anonymous. But I would want this. Yeah, cool. This is fine. This is fine. Get the key anyway. But if is anonymous, then something. Otherwise, something else. If not anonymous, then do this as you have been doing. Otherwise, instead of game list, do anonymous game list. Cool. Get set game object is anonymous. Boolean key get key. Yep, same for anonymous and non-anonymous users. Set user color is dot player color. If is anonymous, then something, then otherwise all this. Cool. Set user color. Check if the game is being played by. I guess comment is not needed here. Anonymous player color. Okay. Anonymous player color and anonymous game list. Set initialize this object and this get init game object share. We have to change the game object itself because yep, we have to change the game object itself because because when we have a socket, how do we shit when we have a socket how do we differentiate between a message coming from a socket? Shit, yes. Cool. We do not need to we do not need to make this differentiation of anonymous and non-anonymous user at the game level, at the game object level, because here, game start. Yep. Here, we will fix that error. Here we are defining this open method, like what should happen when a new socket connection is made, and how the how an incoming message should be handled, and what should happen when a socket closes. All of these handler methods are defined for a socket that has some authorization, that has some these are defined for the socket which are made by a user who is logged in, but we will be defining different handler methods for sockets which are made by users who are anonymous. So no, not too much of a problem. Cool. Where is game? Yeah, cool. Set game object. Yep. Game list. Delete. Remove game object. This also needs to know is anonymous, boolean or not. Get the key anyway, and if is anonymous, then otherwise. Cool. And this thing, what is this? Get the player color given the user ID. Boolean, and if is anonymous, then something, otherwise this. But if this is anonymous, then anonymous player color dot get user ID as color. Cool. Get user opponent. Here, make this is anonymous, boolean, and the return type is also there. This dot opponent. Is if is anonymous, is something else. This, not just copy paste it, and anonymous user opponent, and if this is not equal to define undefined, then cool. And is user playing boolean shade is anonymous, but if is anonymous, then anonymous anonymous opposite player. Is anonymous boolean, and okay, these are called with is anonymous, if is anonymous, is user playing. Shit, yes. Is user playing? We Yep. This is common. This is not common. Anonymous user opponent and anonymous user opponent. Boolean, and here is anonymous is anonymous, return false, and here if is anonymous, then do something. Anonymous user opponent, and here if is anonymous user opponent. Cool. Endgame. Yep, this also needs to know. Boolean. This remove game object is anonymous. Send this is anonymous. Send this, and these two things. Remove user. Is user playing? What does it check? It checks to opponent. Cool. Is anonymous? Is anonymous? Why are these two statements in the middle of this and this? Let's put them here, and this is fine, totally fine. If is anonymous, something, otherwise something else. Remove shit. Okay, this method, where is this method being defined? This method is being defined inside memory.ts. Yep, we have to make a distinction here also. For the list of sockets, game queue, user opponent, user ID, web socket map, normal, and one for anonymous user. Cool. And this function has to know is anonymous boolean, and if the user is playing, and if is anonymous, cool. Is anonymous, is anonymous, copy, paste, player color, anonymous player color. Cool. We have defined helper functions for users who want to play as anonymous players. Now we have to define the actual handling of the WebSocket. Okay, shit. Why is this much of the CPU being used? OBS is taking that much of the CPU. Let's see how to check which program is using GPU, not, but I guess we can know. Maybe let's see, is using GPU in Mac. Power metrics, GUI activity monitor. There is not a GPU tag in activity monitor. Yep, GPU is not here. We can use this power metrics. If power metrics is a thing. Okay, that is not very beautiful to look at. This is just saying like how much of the GPU is being used, but who is using GPU. This is like unreadable stuff. Okay, that is not the point. Game start. We have to define. Yep. First of all, we have to fix all of this, all these errors. Yeah, cool. False. This is not an anonymous game. Shit. Let me define a macro for this. Q A F this insert let's exit Q. Yep. Go to the next thing. A cool percent A cool next error A next error cool. Okay, now I want to just confirm that the game is running usually as it should be running. You exit this and shit, we have to do these maths. 81 into 60 would be 4800. 4860 minus 81, 4800 minus 21, 4779. Okay, cool. Let's go. Run the back end here. No problem with the back end, it seems. And this would be 539. Okay. CD source, front end 1, run right. Cool. And yep, open another window. Localhost start. Shit, we have to log in from this account. We are already logged in from this account. Cool. Start game, finding an opponent here. Orphan 00. Password at the rate 123. Okay. Cool. This is running. And you can see that the time is also going on, which is like, yeah, very cool. Let's like finish this game with the scholar's mate. Shit, the king can go there. I will have to block this somehow. So for now, let's do this, and here block. Cool. And then cool. The winner is white. And what do we see on the back end? Game was stored on the database. Cool. Everything is fine on the back end. That is what I wanted to see. Cool. Now let's status. We have done all this. Get add commit message is fix, or yes, this is a feature, and the feature is added helper functions for handling anonymous socket connection. I guess when this thing already says feature, we should not use added, the word added, because that is like kind of implied. The main and cool. Okay. Now we have to write the API for this. This is already 3 hours long. Cool. 1 more hour to write the API. Game start. Shit, we have to rename this thing from game start auth and cool. Something similar for, let's create a new file. Game start anonymous.ts. Let's go. And this thing will not have this. Yep. Shit. Why do we need these user ID things? Shit, yep. Anyone should be able to make this connection. This will be wait, this says dot use this dot use some other plugin, error plugin. We will be using error plugin. We don't need any kind of authentication. We just need error handling. Error plugin. Cool. Remove this. Cool. Yep. Now, shit. 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 Makes sense. Shit. We have to use another plugin. We have to create another plugin. Auth plugin here. No. Auth query plugin is the shit. Yeah. Auth query plugin, and this adds this to the context. Not just this. It adds much more than just the user. It adds these 3 things more. Here. Color, time, increment to the context. Okay, we need a plugin that adds anonymous socket plugin. Yep, this uses the error plugin resolve as scoped. Do not use this outside. We don't need. We do need query. We do not need authorization. Nope. No getting the token or doing anything with the token. Now get game info. User, we do not need the user. This thing just adds, because there is no username. Yep. This will just say anonymous user 1 and anonymous user 2. Save parse, game create. Cool. And this is the one user game start anonymous. This is the one plugin that we use here, and this says anonymous socket plugin. This does not have these other crazy things. Nope. QGame object. Do we need this QGame object? User ID not needed. This is not needed. Instead of this, we will print an anonymous my bad. Nope, we don't need current player.ws. Shit, yes, we do need current player and ws. Or we could just like directly use this. And anonymous user wants to be a game. Just give this ws. White username, nope, not needed. White user ID, not needed, does not exist. And shit, get op. Shit, this get opponent function should also think. Get opponent color is fine, but get game queue. There are going to be 2 game queues. Shit, yep, there are going to be 2 game queues is anonymous boolean. Yep. There are going to be 2 game queues, one for anonymous users and one for non-anonymous users. User queue, user opponent. Shit, everything have to be 2 here also. Data structures to store information related to anonymous users. Cool. Anonymous game queue and anonymous user queue, anonymous user operand, and anonymous user ID socket is game queue. Get time key This function tells whether there is a game with like these time and color specifications, and this should also know if we are talking about an anonymous game or non-anonymous game. Right, so if is anonymous, then use something, otherwise use this. Get time key, get the key, and here say anonymous game queue. Should mouse is not the correct spelling for anonymous. Is it the? Yep, there is no e at the end. Anonymous. Cool. And anonymous. Cool. And this thing is fine. Add game queue. This also needs to know is anonymous. Is a boolean value. Cool. If is user queue. Shit, where is user queue? Is user queue is a function which is defined later on, which will eventually also take like it is right here is user queue is anonymous boolean, and here if is anonymous is user queue anonymous user queue. Cool. Print is fine. Get user opponent is anonymous boolean value, and if is anonymous this dot anonymous user opponent. Is user playing? Again, this needs to know is anonymous boolean if is anonymous, and then something if anonymous user opponent dot has. Hello. And here also set user opponent. Yep, this also needs to is anonymous, and this thing also breaks a lot of things. Yep, this thing also breaks a lot of things. And game, how are we handling end game? Yep, shit. This function should also take in is anonymous boolean. Yep, console. Yep, do everything about the game. Get the game type, store the game on the database only if not is anonymous. If the game is not anonymous, only then store this, otherwise do not store this thing. Cool. And the only changes have to be in this memory. Cool. If is anonymous is anonymous is anonymous. And yep, if is anonymous after this anonymous user opponent, here also anonymous user opponent, remove user opponent, this also needs to know, is anonymous, boolean is anonymous, cool shit, not false is anonymous, cool, written false or cool, if is anonymous anonymous user opponent, anonymous user opponent, get user color. Yep, this thing is also, yeah, shit, but this thing takes in user id, which we would give them like random ids and on. I think we can do this at in the plugin. Yes, shit, yes, we can do this in the plugin. When anonymous connection is made, before even we define the socket handling all of that stuff, we will update the context of the socket to add a random user id to the mix. Should be pretty cool. It should actually be pretty cool to do. Cool. Is anonymous color user id websocket dot get color. Is anonymous and in this case anonymous user id websocket. Yep, get the color and stuff. Set user id websocket as anonymous, which is a boolean value, cool socket. So what this does is it sets this socket and color for a given user id, which in the case of a anonymous user would be a random value. And why is there a distinction between the data structure, which is storing an anonymous user, and a non-anonymous user? It is because maybe by chance anonymous user and a non-anonymous user, maybe just by like sheer luck, they might get the same id, which is crazy unlikely. It's like actually shit, crazy unlike shit, which is actually shit, which is very very unlikely. Yep, it is very very unlikely. It will probably never happen. Yep, it will probably never happen, which means we have done like all of this stuff in vain, having two data structures, one for anonymous users and one for non-anonymous users. We could have done this without it, but now is the sunken cost fallacy, which is like I have already written all of this, so like, why not just go all the way? And I will give in to temptations and write this whole thing again. Mhm. uh, if anonymous wait, else anonymous user ID WebSocket cool and anonymous ID cool and then return true. Cool. Boolean if is anonymous do all this is WebSocket user ID WebSocket to get WebSocket from user ID. Cool. And there are some errors. Is anonymous is given here is anonymous. If we did not return after this, then yeah, here we have to know if this is anonymous game or non-anonymous game. If this game was anonymous, then do this. Else do this. Or just return true from inside. Anonymous game queue. Why is A capital? Should A is capital only in this case for game queue. Anonymous game. Anonymous user queue. Cool. Is anonymous, send this right, and then is anonymous. Not delete, but anonymous game queue. If this thing is not equal to undefined, then game queue object map where is oh yeah, just like yeah, cool. Anonymous user queue, remove game queue. This also needs anonymous or non, yeah. Boolean is anonymous and if is anonymous and else anonymous user queue. Cool. And if this thing also is dependent, if is anonymous, then anonymous game queue, anonymous game queue. Cool. Is anonymous, send this here, and is anonymous, send this here. And this should work now, I guess. Hello. cool. I guess we have done. Okay. The helper functions, which will help us, like it is in the name, the helper functions which will help us have a anonymous game. A game between two anonymous users are ready. We just have to make a WebSocket handler handling for that same thing. Plugins or, well, this thing is not a auth plugin. This is like the exact opposite. This is must socket.ts. Yep, import Elysia, import error plugin, import create Zord, and import this also. Cool. Yep, cool. Game start anonymous. Here shit parameter has type explicitly type any. Yep, yes, because this thing does not exist there any longer. Game queue object is not being used is crazy. Okay, anonymous socket plugin. Now we have to change something here and get a random number. We have to get a random ID for which we do already have a function which we are using in Zobrist. Here, get random number, we can just make this a public function. Cool. Works. I guess we don't have to explicitly say public, but fine. This is going to be a big int. Big int. Shit, no, that would be a bit too much. Big int. We do not need that much long ID. Helper. This, yeah, cool. And this is related to user, so but there is no user thing here. Get random anonymous, get random anonymous ID function that has not taken anything but returns returns an integer. Where, how do we tell the return type? Shit, how to, I forgot how to get return type and arrow function. So, which plugin do you use for auto completion suggestion on every keystroke? I tried blink complete, but it glitches and shows. Okay, auto completion suggestion. I'm using just the basic LSP, and there is also Codium running. There are just two things. One is the basic LSP, which is running here. Not this. This one, TSLS for TypeScript file, and there is also Codium, which is running. But I maybe you can call Codium autocomplete. This all of these things, this is given to me by the LSP, which is cool, but I guess that is not your question. and complete. Yep. I have not read this thing, like read, and I do not understand how this works. But I guess this is the one that everyone uses. Harshit Newim complete. So yep. What do you use? You use Blink. No, I do not use Blink complete. I use this one, which is cool. Like, yeah, this works fine. No problem with this. And on to this. Yep. How do we give type to arrow functions? Like return type. Shit, this is like exactly what I was doing. But okay. Shit, because int does not exist. We have numbers in this. How do we get a random number? This is how we get a random number. Shit, we can just do math dot random multiply by 32 places. Okay, cool, cool. Return math dot. Oh shit, math dot. There's legit a random function. Random left shift this by 31. How is that? Ah, shit, we are multiplying this by this, not left shifting this actual number. Multiplying a number by 16, which is multiplying a number by 2 power 3 is the same as shifting that number left 3 times. If we have like 1 and we multiply this by 2 power 3, this gives 8, or we could shift this one left 3 times. We would get this, which is 1 4 8. Cool. So yeah, we could like do this, or we could just left shift this thing directly like this. Cool. And return this. Export, return this. Cool. And how much? 2 hours 39 minutes. That's cool. We have a way for getting random IDs. Add it to the plugin here. Random ID equals get random anonymous ID. Yep. And here user ID is random ID. Cool. And here we do have, we first of all have a lot of errors. Here also we have errors. Remove game object. This is shit, false. Yep, that was the thing. Then cool. Cool. Shit. Okay. Q A. Go to the next error. Find closing parenthesis like this. dot false exit and q. Cool. And now shape. All errors here are fixed, and now we have to handle errors in the anonymous part. User ID does not exist. Shit. Yep, that is true. User ID does exist. Username does not exist. That is a thing. Username does not exist. Username does not exist. User anonymous user wants to play a game like this and this. White user shade black. Black user has a very specific type. White socket and black socket. Get opponent. This thing returns opponent game queue object, which has a Elysia object internally, and white socket is also Elysia object. As Elysia Lewis, as Elysia Lewis, and we do not have usernames. We do have black user ID and white user ID, though. Get opponent has to be updated. Get queue is anonymous. Should be given here is anonymous. A boolean value should be given here. False. Nope. True. This is for anonymous user. This is for non-anonymous user. Okay. Black user ID, white user ID. What is the problem? String is not assignable to type, string, and number. Okay, one of these things is a string, and the other is a number, which does make sense. The random number should be converted into a number before being returned. Here, math.floor into shade, which means you can use a very big number also, and it would be totally fine, which means we should just use Zobrist hash, which we already have defined here. anonymous plugin. Here, zobrist dot get random number and string. I guess that is how we convert into a string. Cool. Now this ID is a string, very big string. It's not being used anywhere. Cool. APIs auth API is cool. Anonymous one has a lot of errors. Okay, username do not exist. There are no usernames. Get off on it. This thing returns all of this, and opponent of type this shit. But that is like only a maybe. Get game queue. This will get game queue stuff. This takes in is anonymous or not anonymous. And in anonymous game queue, we have game objects, which have color, and game object queue, which have usernames, which might not be in some cases when the players are anonymous. Shit. We have like made this thing over complicated and over engineered. We didn't have to do this. I guess it is cool if we roll back to a previous commit and work with that, which I do not want to do right now. It has already been like more than 3 hours, and yeah, but I want to stream for 4 hours with I want to stream for 4 hours. Let's do a little bit of Wordle, and then we will play a chess game. Then I will end the stream. And what is this place? This is maybe Libya. Close enough. South Sudan or Ethiopia or south of Ethiopia. Shit. I don't know. Maybe. Okay, shit. Okay, cool. Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia. We just saw. And what are these other countries? This one, Tanzania. And shit. Apart from that, the one I don't remember. Zambia is to south. Uganda, okay. And Malawi is not, Malawi is not there. But shit, this country, what is this country? Eritrea, maybe? No, stop. This is not Eritrea. Any guesses? Like, what is this country? This is a neighbor of Kenya, and all of these other guesses are wrong. Okay, shit, it was South Sudan. Capital of Kenya is Nairobi. Cool. Where is Nairobi? Don't know. Okay, there. The flag of Kenya. This one. This one is Kenya. This one is Uganda. This one is Somalia. This one is Tanzania. This one is Ethiopia. This is Sudan or South Sudan, I think. This one is shit, I don't remember what. Burundi, Tanzania, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Uganda, Somalia, Rwanda. Okay, cool. Now, which one of these facts is true about Kenya? Top 20 in annual tourist arrival? I don't think so. Maybe. Drives on the left could be a thing. I think because Kenya was occupied by British, India was also occupied by British, and we both drive on the left. Shit, okay. That was, that might not be the actual reasoning, but cool, cool enough. Kenya is especially famous in global sports for producing many Olympic and world champions in long distance running. Shit, is Usain Bolt. Jamaica. Okay, he's from Jamaica. The violent anti-colonial uprising against British rule in 1950s Kenya is commonly known as the Dash Rebellion in Kenya. Mau Jawa Rebellion. Mau Mau Rebellion. Okay, in the 1950s. Which of these is in Kenya? Maybe this. Shit. Safari. What is this place called? Some national park. Shit. Okay. The Tsavo East National Park. And which one of these is Kenya? This one. Because like the color in here are same as the color of the flag. Language English. No. Swahili. I don't know where's shit. Okay. Oh, that was a guess. Uh, not Greenlandic. Yep. Not Kiku. Swahili. Shit. I have heard Swahili somewhere. This is Swahili. Swahili language. Ubuntu and language widely used in East Africa and having official status in several countries. These are probably fewer than 2 million native speakers. Okay, but it is in everyday use over 20 by 20 million people. Okay. GDP, I guess, is not too much. Shit, okay, that is pretty fine. Among Kenya and its neighbors, which has the highest GDP per capita? Tanzania? Shit, Kenya has the highest GDP. Which of the estimated, what is the estimated population of Kenya? Not too much. 53. Cool. And shilling is not the thing. Shilling is actually the thing which is being used. Okay. Nairobi. Yep. And the rest are just guesses. Cool. And which has more surface, I guess. Shit. It could be Kenya or it could be South Sudan. It is South Sudan. South Sudan is a bit bigger than Kenya. Cool. Cool. That was it. And still, there are 5 more minutes for this stream to be 4 hours long. So we will play a chess game. 5 minutes long. Chess game. Finance. No. Let's start. Shit. E. That would actually be that would have been checkmate. Shit. That is sad. That was sad. Um. mm, yep. Okay, shit. That was intense. That was intense, and shit. And yep, we have crossed the 4 hour mark, and that would be it for today. That would be it for today's stream. We actually did quite a bit. We now kind of know how to build a TUI in Go, at least the minimum stuff, and also we made quite a bit of changes into the backend, which probably we will have to revert and go back to a previous commit. And yep, that would be it for today. Thank you for being here.